Good morning. Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be back with you this morning. I understand you had a very nice evening yesterday, and I'm sure that's a good sign of all the networking and conversations that have taken place and continued throughout the evening, but will continue still today. And we're going to continue focusing, of course, on our theme as we started yesterday, fighting impunity. The road to accountability and justice is going to be the focus of more discussions, and we will continue not only this morning, but this afternoon also in various breakout sessions. The civil society representatives and human rights defenders need to have their voice heard, and we're going to listen to you more and take in more input from you throughout the day again. Since we have another busy day ahead of us, I'm not going to delay any further. I'll come back to you with some practical information just before coffee break. But I would first of all like to invite our first speaker this morning, and I know you're all waiting for his intervention. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Eamon Gilmore, EU Special Representative for Human Rights and EU Special Envoy for the Colombian peace process. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Florence. It's a great pleasure to be with you again today. This forum, I think, has always been a standout moment for us each year to meet and to discuss the most pressing human rights issues on our shared agenda. And as I said yesterday, I'm delighted that we're able to do so again in person. And I know that it is going very well so far. This year's focus on stopping impunity and building the road to accountability and justice is a topic whose moment has come. Today, accountability dominates political discourse and all of our work. Yesterday morning, the High Representative painted a vivid picture of the global challenges that we all face in human rights and democracy, as well as the lack of respect for international humanitarian law. He spoke of the need for accountability for the war crimes being committed around the world, in Tigray, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Myanmar, in Palestine, and of course in Ukraine, and many more. When I think about accountability, I think firstly of the incredibly brave people and their families that I meet in the course of my work around the world. People like Kakwenza Rukarbashia, the Ugandan writer in exile who was tortured in prison, and he now fears for his life if he returns to Uganda. I think of Olena Yuzbak, a doctor from Hostomel, a city in the outskirts of Kiev. Olena told me how she, her husband, and their son were captured and tortured by Russian soldiers. Plastic bags put over their heads to half suffocate them, and her husband was shot in the knee. And while she and her husband were eventually freed, their son Dimitro was not. That was 9 months ago, and she doesn't know where he is, or even if he is still alive. I think of Leonor Palacios, who lost 32 family members in May 2002 in Bahia in Colombia, when a cylinder bomb was fired by the FARC into a church. And in that church, there were 500 people who were sheltering from clashes between the FARC and paramilitaries. 79 people were killed by that bomb, and Leonor went on to be a member of the Colombian Truth Commission. And I think of Narges Mohammadi, who is in prison in Iran for her human rights work. She's not been allowed to speak to her children for over a year and hasn't seen them in 7 years. Accountability and justice for all these people and many more is vital. Human rights are not something to be granted by the few to the many, nor are they imposed or earned. They are part of all of us, and they're at the heart of our humanity. No one can give us rights, but they can certainly take them away. Sometimes, when we think about the many human rights and humanitarian crises in the world today, when we survey the atrocities being committed in conflicts on every continent, and when we reflect on the scale of the brutality, the effect can sometimes be overwhelming. It sometimes feels that the perpetrators can do anything they like because they get away with it. And it is certainly true that we have been living through an age of impunity. But I believe that the era of impunity is coming to an end, and I hope that we're about to enter a new age of accountability, and that's what I want to talk with you about this morning. And let me tell you why. Firstly, there is a renewed focus on accountability. This forum is a case in point. Accountability is the cornerstone of human rights. It is critical to the relationship between states as duty bearers and individuals as rights holders affected by their actions. Accountability carries with it the obligation of those in power to take responsibility for their actions, to answer for them to those affected, and to be subject to some form of enforceable sanction if their conduct or explanation is found wanting. There have to be consequences. When there are none, impunity festers, which results in violations recurring over and over again. Rights cannot be fully respected, protected, or fulfilled unless there is accountability. Secondly, the International Criminal Court has renewed its purpose and its practical relevance. When we last met in person 3 years ago, the ICC was undergoing an existential crisis. Some countries were threatening to leave. The United States was imposing sanctions on its officials. But the European Union strongly defended the ICC, particularly its independence and importance. And today, the ICC is stronger than ever, and this year it celebrated 20 years of helping states to advance and to achieve justice. The ICC has helped numerous states to develop their domestic systems and capacities in order to deal with atrocity crimes at home. But more needs to be done, and this will require more resources to enable the court to exercise jurisdiction over all 4 crimes under the Rome Statute. And we must also find a way to enable the UN Security Council to refer cases to the ICC. Thirdly, I believe that we are at a moment of great mobilisation and momentum on accountability. The ICC was ready within days to launch an investigation into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There has been, I think, an unprecedented mobilisation for accountability in Ukraine. We support the Ukrainian authorities as a first responder to achieve accountability. We assist the Office of the Prosecutor General by providing training, expertise and equipment through our EU delegation and our EU advisory mission to Ukraine. We have provided additional financial support to strengthen the investigation capacities of the ICC, which will support all ICC investigations. The EU has also changed the legal basis of Eurojust to enable Eurojust to preserve, analyse and store evidence relating to core international crimes. Through Eurojust, the EU is also supporting a joint investigation team established by Ukraine and EU member states to facilitate the collection and sharing of evidence on international crimes to strengthen national investigations and prosecutions. We need now to capitalise on this extraordinary moment for international criminal justice and to make the Ukraine momentum the standard for fighting impunity in other parts of the world. The credibility of the criminal justice system as a whole hinges on this. As Martin Luther King once said, Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, affects all indirectly. In Ukraine, we have seen a massive coordinated effort to ensure that the evidence is available for future cases. But this is happening elsewhere too. For example, evidence collected and preserved by the IIIM and UNITAD is helping to bring some of those responsible for the most heinous crimes in Syria and Iraq to justice. The fourth reason that I believe we are entering into an age of accountability is because of technology. Developments in digitalization have made it almost impossible for violators of human rights and international humanitarian law to hide themselves or their crimes. Even in the most repressive of societies, mobile phones can record what is happening, and satellite imagery can provide an early warning system of violations and atrocities, focusing attention on what is really happening on the ground. Even when evidence is destroyed and people are silenced forever, accountability can still be achieved. Forensic technology is advancing all the time. When I visited the International Commission for Missing Persons in The Hague a couple of years ago, I remember that they explained to me how they had managed to identify a man decades later who had been killed in Srebrenica. They did this through DNA analysis, even though his remains were reburied in 18 different locations. This is hugely important for the victims of families as well as for the prosecution of crimes. The fifth reason is that other actors are also leading the way in advancing accountability, notably the private sector. Businesses and companies are increasingly playing, and indeed are expected to play, a critical role in the promotion and protection of human rights. And we saw companies playing an important leadership role in reaction to the invasion of Ukraine, with several high-profile investors halting operations in Russia in response to that aggression. In February this year, the European Commission adopted a legislative proposal for a directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. This will require companies operating in the EU market to identify and address the human rights and environmental impacts of their operations and value chains. The new rules will bring benefits to consumers, investors and businesses through legal certainty and a level playing field. And ultimately, these new rules will enhance accountability. And all of this is reflected in the EU Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy, which was agreed unanimously by all of our 27 member states, and is the principal vehicle for the work of the European Union on human rights and democracy around the world. The plan has a strong focus on closing the accountability gap, fighting impunity and supporting transitional justice. This applies at bilateral and multilateral levels. One of the primary tools produced by the action plan in this area is the global human rights sanction regime, and last year was the first year of its operation. And as you know, the European Union has already adopted restrictive measures targeting persons and entities in a number of countries. The sixth reason is that the use of the principle of universal jurisdiction, which means that individuals can be prosecuted for crimes against humanity, war crimes, genocide and torture, no matter where these crimes took place. And we have seen this being exercised in several high-profile cases. All of this means that in this new age, it will be harder to hide a war crime, harder to conceal an atrocity, and more difficult to destroy evidence of violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. The perpetrators of an atrocity anywhere in the world today, the commander who oversaw that atrocity, and the political leader who authorized it can never feel free again. They will carry their crimes with them forever. They can never again walk through an international airport without running the risk of arrest on foot of a warrant from the ICC or from a special tribunal or from the prosecution of an individual country exercising universal jurisdiction. The perpetrators of an atrocity can never feel free sending a child to a school or university in a country that has imposed sanctions like under the EU Global Human Rights Sanctions regime. And even if the perpetrators feel that these freedoms do not matter, that they're never going to leave their country anyway, they can never feel safe, even from their own autocrats, who will readily sacrifice them if the evidence of the crimes emerges in the public domain. And the autocrats themselves can also be dispatched to The Hague to face their accusers as, if sometimes happens, the regime is changed. Human rights defenders and civil society are essential partners in all of these efforts, and support to both defenders and civil society is central to the work of the European Union. The High Representative mentioned some of the ways we provide support in his remarks yesterday, and let me assure you that every day, the 140 EU delegations that we have in countries around the world, together with the embassies of our 27 member states, are working with human rights defenders and with civil society organisations, providing and communicating EU support. This is not just financial and practical support. We also provide political support through the engagement that we have with different countries, through our human rights dialogues with more than 60 countries and regional organisations, and through our political engagements. And next year, it is 75 years since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This will be an important moment to reflect on where we are and what we need to do and how we can do it better together, and above all, to celebrate the Declaration. The Universal Declaration was born out of conflict, out of a disregard and contempt for human rights that have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind. It is our common language of our shared humanity. It imagines the world as it should be, but the barbarous acts are still with us today. I believe that we are turning a corner from the era of impunity to an age of accountability. This is not some idle hope or misplaced optimism. The Irish Nobel Prize-winning poet Seamus Heaney, paraphrasing Václav Havel, once said, "Hope is not optimism, which expects things to turn out well, but something rooted in the conviction that there is good worth working for." Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Now, I understood you've agreed to take one or two questions.
Only if they're easy questions.
So we'll group the questions if there are any, and please make them short and to the point. Do we have one question or two? Yes, the gentleman on that side. Hold on a second. We need to give you the mic because we're recorded.
Okay, my name is Hassan Beliti. I was very much impressed by something the speaker said about perpetrators not feeling safe to pass through an international airport. Our work arrested a suspected Liberian war criminals through Liberty International Airport in New Jersey, in the United States. My question to you is, even though the United States did that arrest based on universal jurisdiction, there are states that are very much reluctant to do this. What, if anything, is the EU prepared to do with respect to states not complying to their international treaty obligations?
Thank you. Do we have another question maybe, and we can group them? Yes, we have a lady on that side. I'm sorry, but we can't take 4 questions. We're going to take 2. So can we have a very quick point?
Okay.
And then we'll turn to the lady over there, and that will be it. I'm sorry.
Okay, merci. Moi, c'est Dr. Daouda Diallo.
Thank you. I'm Doda Diallo. I come from Burkina Faso. This is a Sahel country.
Juste
Please, could you wait a second just so that we can listen in to the interpretation? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you very much. So, I am Dr. Daura Diallo. I come from Burkina Faso. I'm a humanist. I am in favor, of course, I'm an activist of human rights, and I'm very committed in my country, in the Sahel. And today, I've noticed that what happens in the Sahel region is not enough in the media. It's not taken into consideration enough. However, many civil populations, many civilians die every day while authorities do not say anything. National authorities do not say anything because these national authorities.
Donc, ce que
Please be brief. Yes, sir. As I was saying, how could we make sure that atrocities that are happening today in the Sahel region can be taken into account? How can we make sure that the victims are benefiting from an international help?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilmer. I'm Marax Malkonyan, Protection of Rights Without Borders, Armenia. I wonder whether there will be sanctions or stopping impunity regarding the Aliyev regime in Azerbaijan, because currently, as I don't think that many here, the audience, know, Aliyev regime is blocking the only road of leading to NKR from Armenia, cut gas supply to Nagorno-Karabakh, causing shortage of food, medicine, and other supplies in this freezing winter area. And yesterday, Mr. Borrell actually stated in his speech that there is no justification to put people in situation without heating and without light concerning Ukraine situation. So I wonder whether this crime, which is war crime and crime against humanity, will be punished, and whether EU will sanction this regime. Thank you very much. Because when you speak that the war criminals...
I'm sorry, I'm afraid we got your question. I'm sorry, we have to stop here. Sorry, but we have to be conscious of the time that the Special Representative also has dedicated to us. So, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, three questions. First of all, on the first question about states that are reluctant to meet their international obligations and states that don't comply with them. Of course, states should be complying. That's the first thing. And the difficulty that we're faced with is, what do we do when states don't comply? In the area of international criminal justice, I think one of the central means that we have is through the International Criminal Court. One of the difficulties, of course, with the International Criminal Court is that there are still 45 states that have not ratified the Rome Statute, including some very big states. What we do in the EU is we try to firstly try to encourage those states to ratify the Rome Statute, to become part of the International Criminal Court, to come under its jurisdiction. And we'll continue to do that. And we're seeing some gradual progress. We'd like to see more, like to see it happening faster. And then the second is that we look at the other means of achieving accountability, and I listed some of those in my contribution. And I think that what we are seeing is an increased range of accountability mechanisms, firstly. But secondly, I think we're also seeing, and I think Ukraine is probably the high point of this, because I think what we have seen in Ukraine is a mobilization for accountability, for evidence gathering, for the preservation of evidence that we've not seen before. Perhaps we should have seen it. Certainly we should have seen it. but we are seeing it now in the case of Ukraine. And I think that what we should look to is to ensure that that works in the case of Ukraine. And then secondly, to ensure that that Ukraine momentum, or that Ukraine model, if you like, becomes the standard that is applied elsewhere in the world. And that is also the case in the Sahel, where you've talked about the atrocities that are taking place every day, and how we can ensure that those atrocities are met and are addressed. It's not easy. And I think, again, I think when we're looking at the area of accountability, the most important people when we're talking about accountability are the victims and survivors. And accountability, unfortunately, does not happen quickly. Sometimes we're looking at cases not being pursued for several years after the atrocity takes place. But I think that the message that I want to communicate this morning is that I think that we are actually entering into a new age on this, for all of the reasons that I've said. That still does not mean that we're going to see it happening very quickly. That will still mean that there will be a great deal of frustration and pain for victims. But I think probably the most important thing that will, I think, emerge from this new age of accountability is a new sense, particularly which I hope will impact on perpetrators and those who command them and those who control them, that the age of getting away with it is over, and that however long it may take, they run the risk. It's not certain that they will be caught. It's not certain that they will be arrested walking through an airport, or that their assets will be frozen, or that any of the different things will happen to them. But they will run that risk for the rest of their lives, that they will never be able to escape the shadow of the crime that they have committed. And on the question from the colleague from Armenia, yes, the High Representative was very clear on this yesterday. Taking military action to take out electricity, to take out energy, to deprive people of heating, of water, of light, of the means of cooking, of means of communication, because of course without electricity you lose your communication as well. That these are horrific crimes, and that they also cry out for accountability. And that applies in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and anywhere else where this type of war tactic is pursued. Will the European Union impose sanctions for it? That's a decision that member states have to make. I don't have a role in the sanctions process. It's established for member states to do that. But I have no doubt that they will hear what you're saying and hear what's coming from this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for taking the time. Now, I know some of you had prearranged meetings, so if that is the case, feel free to leave the room now before we move on to our next event. And we're now going to open the first panel of the day. We have with us here in the room, I'll just give you a minute or two to go away. Yes, just one thing, a reminder of the interpretation channels for those of you who may not have had one. Thank you. I'm getting also a headset. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's only if you had a prearranged meeting. If you don't, please, let's move on. So, we're now going to invite our speakers for the first panel, and it's a pleasure to welcome Nada Al-Nashif, who is the United Nations Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights, Chiara Adamo, and I'm going to get out of the way, who is a Director for Human Development, Governance, Peace at the European Commission. We have Alexander Cherkasov, who's the chair of the Human Rights Center Memorial in Russia, and Khaled Kuzmar, who's the General Director at Defense for Children International in Palestine, as well as Drissa Traoré from the Ivory Coast movement, Mouvement Ivoirien des Droits Humains. Welcome to you all. Good morning. I'm afraid that should be my seat so that I can see all of you. I need to see all of you so that I can talk to all of you. Don't worry, that's okay. So good morning to you all, and welcome. We will together in this panel look at the role of human rights defenders and victims in stopping impunity. And it will be a deeper look into a conversation that we already started yesterday morning. Sorry. The organizations like the ones some of you represent have an essential role in supporting the victims of human rights violation. And at the same time, you also face a lot of challenges and a lot of threats in your daily work. And you need to be protected. So I'll invite all of you to share your experience and your stories with us and help us understand better the challenges that you face every day. And we'll also hear from colleagues on the institutional side their reactions and how they support the work that you do. In particular, of course, in the context of crisis and conflicts, which is the context we've been focusing on. But before I turn to you and invite you to share your experience, I would like to invite all of you to watch a video message from Vilma Núñez de Escorcia, who's a lawyer and human rights activist in Nicaragua.
Un saludo a todos los presentes. Soy Vilma Núñez de Escorcia.
I greet everyone here. I am Victa Núñez de Corcia, president of the Nicaraguan Center of Jesus Gado, which is an outlawed association that was haphazardly outlawed by a dictatorial regime. I am speaking from Nicaragua to denounce the repression and the humanitarian crisis in human rights in my country. Since April 2018, 355 people have been murdered and more than 150,000 Nicaraguans have gone to exile. Thousands of people have been hurt, damaged, prosecuted, and also arbitrarily detained, imprisoned. And we have all been surveying and documented these actions, and we have been walking along with repression victims, along with the international human rights organizations. We have documented 113 cases of extra legal detentions that are crimes against humanity. And this represents a lack of independence of the legal power, which has supported the terror regime of Daniel Ortega and his wife Rosario Murillo. After more than 4 years of the social demonstrations, violence continues to happen from the different vigilante groups, and the repression increases along with the destruction of the civic spaces that are arbitrarily closing more civil organizations. The purpose of the regime is to end with the independence of the civil society. As of today, 225 persons are still imprisoned because of political reasons, and most of them have been condemned without any guarantees in their process. They have been locked in prison and they are suffering from torture, as well as inhuman and degrading circumstances. Among them, 10 priests, as well as Rolando Alvarez, the archbishop, who was kidnapped. And this is a very big evidence of the Catholic Church persecution. Our efforts and those of the international community must be geared towards searching the immediate release of these people because their lives are at risk. We are absolutely rejecting the Ortega Murillo regime as well as their mechanisms, and we hope to have the human rights mechanisms aid as well as denunciating the lack of attention of the international call towards justice. And we continue to insist through this forum for everyone to have an active solidarity towards repression that all Nicaraguans are living, and so that we can live freely in peace and in democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your opening message. To all five of you, and I'll ask you to please stick to time in terms of your responses so that we can try and have a few minutes for questions and answers with our audience, because I know it's very frustrating when you're listening to speakers and you cannot ask your questions. So we'll try and manage time as well as we can. So earlier this year, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution on the importance of recognizing human rights defenders in advancing human rights in conflicts and post-conflict situations. And in many crises, we still see many campaigns happening which are aiming at attacking the credibility of human rights defenders, and especially women defenders, which is an issue we also discussed yesterday, particularly in some of the breakout rooms. So, Drissa, I will start with you. In the context of West Africa, what's done to counter these negative narratives? It's on, don't worry. You don't have to worry about it. Somebody else will switch it on.
Merci, mesdames, messieurs.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say that within the states on our continent, the position of the defenders are appreciated according to the different parties, so governments or oppositions. And I will now talk about the question of power. As an example, I will talk about the last report published by the FIDA in Mali. And this report was published in Dakar, not in Bamako, for the simple reason that we had some information that could be a threat to security. Because actually, nowadays, the governments in the different states do not want human rights defenders speak about what is taking place, about the reality. Especially, there is a feeling today, and it's an anti-Western feeling, and the human rights defenders are assimilated to agents of the Western world. This is why it is difficult for us to work and to roll out all our actions. So what we try to do is to work as part of networks and to work with people that accept to talk despite these difficult conditions. And at the same time, we have to question the position of our defenders, because it is not easy to have some defenders go to other countries, to other towns, to make sure that they are protected. I would like to say that the question about the work of HRD in Africa is something very difficult. And it is a work in which we don't necessarily have the space, the resources, and the safety. So the defenders are always in danger, at risk. So what we try to do as part of the FIDH is that we have some lawyers that are assisting, and we have these lawyers that are helping defenders to collect information, but also to make sure that they can stay safe.
Human rights defenders are usually impacted psychologically as well. It's not just the job that they do, it's psychologically and physically. And the risk that they run in their everyday job has just been highlighted by Drissa. So do you think, or do human rights defenders and civil society recognize the need to psychologically protect their workers? Is there really a recognition of that? And what do they put in place to do so if they recognize the need to protect them, psychologically at least?
Thank you very much for raising these questions. Really, I lived it myself. To start with the psychological issue, I started to work as a defense lawyer in the Israeli military courts to represent the children who are in the prosecuted in the military courts. So I worked the first few years normal, but when I get married and I have children, so I reached the point that I'm representing children in the age of my kids. So by the time I become like aggressive with my children when they ask me to go to a restaurant or to enjoy, to go out in the car, while I left behind children behind the bars without any care, without families, and even subject to torture and ill treatment. So after about 20 years work in such circumstances, I decided to stop being a lawyer, and I went to Ireland. I studied international human rights law and humanitarian law for 1 year. And when I came back, completely I couldn't go back to the court, and then I had another work in my organization. So the second question, second point, please.
It was what organizations put in place to protect their workers psychologically.
Yes. I'm so happy being here this 2 days and only talk about accountability, justice, stop impunity, but I feel that I'm like dreaming, because when I'm back, myself, I'm at risk. As you know, not only human rights people are paying the price of the occupation and subject to violation, but also those who are talking or defending the children or the civilians who are subject to torture or treatment or injured, also they are targeted. So maybe all of you heard about the designation of the 6 Palestinian human rights organizations. My organization is established in 1991. We continue the work as usual, but for more than 10 years we have been subject to smear campaigns from Israeli right-wing groups, from the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they failed within more than 10 years to silence us. We kept committed to our mission, continued the work, but when they failed, they took a military action against us. They raided our offices without any notification. They confiscated computers, files, and even that we continued the work, but finally they designated us a terrorist organization. Designated us a terrorist organization means that the staff is in risk and subject to sentence in prison for for up to 20 years. The beneficiaries are subject also to be prosecuted in a military court. Anyone cooperate with this organization will be subject to. So how to defend? I'm happy to hear that accountability is now in the desk of the international community and especially in the EU. But I'm so happy with the speech of Mr. Imon. But what to say to the victims in Palestine? Wait until we will finish the case of Ukraine and then we'll be back. I think this is all the time I feel that we are under frustration from the action from the international community to protect the human rights defenders and, of course, the civilians. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to Russia and Alexander. Alexander, Memorial, the organization that you work for, was shut down earlier this year. And at the same time, very shortly afterwards, it was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So that it's really been a very special year for you, a very emotional year as well, I'm sure. And you now continue to defend the rights of Russian citizens and victims while in exile. So how can you, and how can other organizations in your case, how can you continue to do your work? And how does the Russian civil society keep the fight against impunity alive? Since some of you are in exile, some of you are still in Russia, how can the work continue?
Мы умудряемся работать, потому что...
Well, we've been managing to continue working. Myself and my colleagues believe that this is extremely important to continue working. Yeah, at first they declared us foreign agents, and this smear campaign started 10 years ago. First, they restricted our opportunities for working. The head of our office in the Chechen Republic was detained, and he was in prison for 1.5 years on trumped up charges. We managed to ensure his release due to international support. Broad international support. It was more costly for the authorities to keep the guy in prison than to tolerate his activities. So he is free now and continues to work. But is such solidarity and such a reaction of authorities possible now in the current conditions when Russia is no longer shy in waging a war, and it feels invulnerable? It feels, like they will not be subject to criticism by the international public opinion. We have always used certain legal instruments, but recently these instruments have helped us to show this impunity, to showcase it. Ramzan Kadyrov and the private military company Wagner and their guerrillas, they enjoy impunity. So we have been doing this, we've done this work already after being banned. So how can you go to the court in Russia against the private military company? And they're very brutal, these guerrillas. So, of course, my colleagues are very much aware of the risks that they are facing. However, they are continuing. In 2009, Natalia Estimirova, my colleague, and a lady who was very involved in human rights activities in Chechnya, she was investigating cases of kidnapping, and she was kidnapped herself, and she was found dead. So it looks like we don't have any protection mechanisms in Russia. The European Human Rights Court had jurisdiction over Russia, but in Russia we failed to achieve justice in respect of Natalia Stimirova's case. However, in the court of Strasbourg, it was terrible because it was clear that the authorities play a role, but the decision was made that their fault was for failing to investigate, but they were not brought to accountability in any other respects. And this is outrageous. That means those who were in charge of this dossier were incompetent. And now we see that Russian authorities feel totally invulnerable, they feel impunity.
Никому, в общем, не нужно.
And it looks like our work is not needed. After the year 2000, the level of demands, requirements towards Russia has been decreasing, and all the issues that we have been putting on the agenda, have been ignored, and human rights defenders in Russia started to appear very, unserious people, and so I think the most important thing is to recognize, to accept how important human rights defenders' activities are, and we are talking about threats, and we are talking about protection, because this would mean protection as well of those European structures that have been fighting Putin's regime and its impunity. They feel that this is of no interest, that of course the Russian regime would think that anything is possible, they can do whatever they like. So the European international structures are very important. We need to bring attention to these to human rights defenders and their activities, and respect them. Thank you.
Nada, we know that the UN plays an absolutely a fundamental role in crises and conflicts, and it does cooperate with all the relevant actors, including with human rights defenders. Now, you've heard these testimonies of our speakers. How can you protect human rights defenders and victims and civil society representatives and make sure that everybody can play their role in ensuring the accountability that we've been talking about?
Thanks very much, and let me start by saying what a pleasure it is to be here despite the subject matter. We rarely discuss other subject matters in the Office of the High Commissioner, but I think it's fantastic to be with such a courageous group. And let me just say that the world is particularly unwell at this moment. I think we have a sense of multiple crises across the world and multiple setbacks, and I think this is very important to understand, that we are unraveling, unhinging, because of unprecedented inequalities, I think, because of multiple, water, energy, food and fuel prices unraveling, so economic, social, cultural rights also gravely imperiled, all of which really undermines our possibility to make the progress that we want on the ground. Let me say that for us, this is a critical entry point into participation. We are fully committed to amplifying the voice of human rights defenders, particularly in the office, particularly women human rights defenders, I think, and this is a special point of mention, often silenced or ignored, particularly those working in conflict. And I'm very glad we started with Nicaragua, because I think we also have the sense that we need to keep the attention span on all conflicts, very difficult. The world has an attention deficit disorder. Certainly, it's very hard to keep an eye on everything, but I think we must not forget the Myanmars and the Afghanistans. For us, the Sahel was mentioned earlier, and certainly in South America. But I think that what we do and will continue to do is support the creation of platforms and opportunities to hear those voices, very importantly, while being very aware, as we heard now with the example from Palestine, to be sensitive to the threats and the risks that they are taking when we give them visibility. This is very important, and therefore this threat assessment is always a part of what we do. We also have to make more effective internal institutional procedures, establish better understanding of these risk assessments so that we can make the right interventions. And particularly now moving to the new realities with technology, and Mr. Gilmore mentioned that, a lot of pluses about technology, but also some safeguards that need to be, I think we see a lot of the need to, with online and offline now harassment taking place, we need to be even more sure how we can monitor and respond in the sense of surveillance and other things that go on, and the engagement of private companies. Again, very important that they are stepping up in many parts of the world, but also social media platforms that need to help us move together to diminish risks, which is very important. I think also to make sure that protection responds to the needs of particularly vulnerable and marginalized communities. And I mean, of course, women and youth everywhere threatened, but also migrants, persons with disabilities, minorities, and how we can guarantee their inclusion internationally, regionally, at the national level, and particularly working on national policies.
Thank you very much. Chiara, turning to you now, because we've heard about the various things that are put in place or not put in place within organizations to support and protect the human rights defenders. And how can the EU support them even more? And I'm thinking in particular of the groups that Nada just mentioned, the underrepresented groups. Of course, there are women, but there's also representatives of the LGBTQ community, for instance, and you also need in your work to pay attention to the measures that could potentially backfire and prove difficult to counter afterwards. So how can you juggle with all these aspects?
Thank you. And first of all, let me also join in paying my tribute to the human rights defenders who gave us their testimonies in the panel. It's really humbling to share a panel with you. And with that, I really wanted to express the solidarity and the full support of my institutions of the European Union. You heard our High Representative Borrell. You have the political support of our institutions. You heard Eamon Gilmore. You have the diplomatic support throughout the networks of our delegations on the ground, and you also have our operational support, as my Commissioner Urpilainen mentioned yesterday. So I will focus on the operational side of what we can do to contribute to protect the incredible work that you do, that human rights defenders and human rights organizations do daily. And starting with that, let me say that we are quite proud of this figure we always mention, that in the last 7 years we were able to individually protect 55,000 individual human rights defenders and their families. But also let me say that we are less proud of the fact that we could have helped more, because we got more requests than what was possible to cope with in these last years. That's why we are literally redoubling our efforts. The new mechanism we put in place for the protection of human rights defenders through a great consortium of NGOs, the Protect Defenders EU, is really doubling the budget, because in the end, I mean, that is also what is needed, resources. And this doubling of the budget should allow really to support human rights defenders in a holistic way, looking at different groups, as you mentioned, women human rights defenders, LGBTI defenders, human rights defenders who are actually lawyers and become human rights defenders even without realizing that, and journalists. So the psychosocial situation, of course, it's also something that will be in focus of the new of this new mechanism, which I'm sure you all know about. It provides relocation possibility, it provides really swift support, legal aid, medical aid, etc. It is indeed difficult sometimes for the EU, particularly on the ground, to come in because for different reasons. First of all, we have the do not harm principle very much in mind. And for that reason, we find different means to continue our support. For instance, going through empowering human rights regional organizations. So for instance, we are supporting the Southern African Human Rights Litigation Center Trust, and through that organization, which is local and locally managed, we can protect LGBTI rights in Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Eswatini. So this is just an example of one way to go about it. The last point I wanted to make is that indeed today we are focusing on situations where we have closed spaces, where the human rights violations are widespread, crisis situations. But we need to really also think very much about prevention. When you talk about smear campaigns, typically smear campaigns are the early signs of the deterioration often of an environment for civil society. And on that, I believe that we really need to step up. So I'm also glad to announce that we are putting forward a new mechanism for 50 million euros. It's a bold new mechanism for early detection and monitoring of the enabling environment for civil societies. So to really be able to be more alerted, to be able to come earlier in a swifter manner to identify where there can be needs for swift responses. So the mechanism will be about monitoring, but also about providing possibility for swift response. I think about advocacy, I think about starting litigation, or and support all the work that you do on the ground. So I think it is important that we look at these issues comprehensively because situations, and we have seen in the last couple of years, as she rightly mentioned, we are in an increasingly polarized world, a world where we see that in the last year, double of the countries are going towards autocratization rather than democratization. So in these situations, the space for human rights organizations to operate can shrink very, very quickly. So we need to be more efficient in coping with that.
Thank you, Chiara. Thank you. I have a question to our three human rights defenders. You can play a role in the dialogue and the mediation between the different actors, and you can also empower victims in the efforts towards transitional victims. So how can you do that? What kind of role can you play in that sense? And maybe I'll start with you, Khaled.
It is a very difficult topic. And just I will give you an example. We work with children, raise their awareness about their rights according to the international law, and there is international law can protect your rights. So one of the sessions was to arrange a meeting for them with the director of the High Commission for Human Rights Office in Ramallah. Unfortunately, Mr. James was denied fulfilling his mandate, and he kept more than 2 years sitting in Geneva. So the children asked him how you can protect our life. Our colleagues were killed a few days ago, and then what you can do. So he was laughing that myself, I cannot come to fulfill my mandate. And this is now, it's very much clear after the designation when they considered our organization as a terrorist organization. Children slept that night very well, and they waked up that those who are talking about human rights and offering protection through the human rights law, now they are considered as a terrorist. So it was a very, very bad message. It took from us more than 6 months working with them far from the offices in order just to show them that this is what they took is something not much serious, but still we are supported by the international law, by international community, but maybe like what I'm here, I hear a lot of things that we are fully protected and supported, but when I go back to the ground, things is different. So this is why when we talk about stop impunity, I think it is very, very important component in order to minimize the damage and the crimes. Those who are committing these crimes since more than 70 years in Palestine and live under full impunity without any real action from the international community to force them to stop these crimes, I believe that nothing will be changed. I know that the situation in Palestine is not much different than others, but really after 70 years of continuous crimes, just as example from my work, once I used to, in my statement in the court, to use the international law and even to talk about Child Rights Convention, direct the judge shout for me and ask me to wake up. You are not in the Hague. You are in the military court. So he is proud of his work as a judge in the military court, neglected the international law and ignored it, and just work for according to the military orders. Israel, since 1967, is the only state in the world arrested and prosecuted more than 700 Palestinian children in Israeli military court. These courts are so far from the federal standards. These courts are designed to punish the Palestinian, including children, and to legitimate the crimes. Child who are subject to torture and ill treatment is acceptable according to the military order system or the court system. Arresting the child in the night, subject him to torture, deny him seeing the lawyer, is considered as a legal action and accepted in the court. So this is the situation where we are. So we have no other option. Okay, I'm talking about frustration, but in the same time, we will continue our committed to our mission. We'll continue the work. And I'm not sure if I will be back to my home or to prison, because no need to interrogate me. Just being in this position after designation is subject to the sentence 20 years.
Thank you. Drissa, how do you mediate between the different actors? What role do you play in this mediation process?
Merci.
Thank you. In the framework of work, we try to maintain a dialogue with political authorities, administrative and judicial authorities, because we believe that in order to move forward, we need to make authorities understand that we need to make things change. So we launch political and judicial missions, as we call them, that allows us to talk with high authorities. And we've done it with the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, with in Mali, with the prime minister in Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea as well. And this allows us to talk with the authorities without any intermediate middlemen. Because sometimes when we need to go through middlemen, they pervert our words. So when we manage to contact directly these authorities, this allows us to help them understand better human rights. Now, why do we also work with judicial authorities? And on the African continent, most of the time, these people involved in judicial affairs do not know the international right very well. And this allows us to help them understand, to explain to them what it consists of. And it also allows us to bring victims closer to these legal authorities, because sometimes victims want to talk, but they don't know who to talk to. And now I'm going to give you the example of Guinea, where events happened 13 years ago. In 2019, on the 20th of September, political people wanted to protest, and the army repressed that demonstration. There were more than 150 people killed. And for 13 years, we have maintained a dialogue with political authorities in Guinea. We have hired lawyers so as to be able to work with legal authorities as well, so that victims could come and talk to these authorities. And 13 years later, finally, a trial has been opened. And the head of state of that time, we also have his prime minister, his minister charged with his security minister, his deputy, and we have all of these people. And this is essential so that dialogue be maintained with authorities, so that when doors are closed, we have the will to try and open those doors. But of course, we can only do it with human and financial resources. And in the case of Guinea, if 13 years later we managed to finally open a trial, well, it is because we were supported by the EU for 13 years. And we were supported by the foreign affairs ministers of France as well, who help us, give us international lawyers that accompany our lawyers so that our victims can benefit from a psychological support, can travel and come and talk with legal authorities. So we need people, but we also need financial resources. Thank you.
Maybe with a slight nuance, because can you even play that role as a mediator between the different actors?
Thank you. In our country, we have a very specific situation. You know, I envy my colleague. He is able to contact authorities to have dialogue with them. Just 10 years ago, when we, just had first ideas about laws about foreign agents in Russia. At that time, we were already called enemies. Nevertheless, we were able to have a dialogue, for instance, about combating terrorism, about methods, how to combat terrorism in Russia. But then we were talking about using soft power, and it was efficient in various regions. We didn't want to use the blunt force because it was the source of crimes, victims, and spreading up terrorist organizations. Now it is just impossible. Today, we are a bad partner for all authorities. They don't want to meet us. It is not possible to meet foreign agents, to have contacts with them. So what is left? Of course, to spread information to everywhere, to abroad, when you have no possibilities, when you have no access to mass media, you cannot defend the project. For instance, we have a possibility to monitor arrests, criminal arrests. We see that there are protests in Russia against war, and it is very important to show Russia is not Putin. So there are thousands of people who were arrested. There are hundreds of cases in courts. People of those who are against the war with Ukraine. So external world became for us a very important partner. So Ukraine and non-governmental organizations from Ukraine are also very important to us. They are our partners. So who is in war? Civil society does not does not recognize borders, so we continue our fight. And organizations who got Nobel Prize, they been working for peace for many years, and they are members of FIDH. Sibylyansky and the Center of Civil Society from Ukraine and Memorial, they are members of FIDH. So, FDH, I won't tell you that we are very efficient in our work nowadays, but there is an old rule. If you can do something, do it. If you can't, say something. When you can't say something openly, publicly, then take notes, pencil down. We continue to do this. Maybe as our forefathers, our Soviet dissidents, they wanted to get a result. Mr. Kovalyov, a very famous Russian dissident who spent 10 years in jail, when we ask him, you are fighting the regime, this regime, but this regime will be there 300 more years. 300 more years, okay. I'm pleased with this term. So at least during his life, he knew that there will be an end to this regime, and he made a path for a new Russia. So we have to think not only to the short-term result. We have to think about a marathon, long-term results. And I explained to my colleagues 20 years ago, it is the only possibility to work nowadays to continue our work.
I think on the back of these very important testimonials from Khaled and Drissa and Alexander, that there's a range, obviously, of contexts, which is really important. And I know this is something for us as an institution, because sometimes the legal and institutional protections and guarantees exist, but quite often they don't exist at all, as we see, and it's very different. So I think for us, the first thing is understanding context is really, really important. And this is something that we need to work with the defenders on the ground in order to understand the obstacles and how to go about them. There are places where these protections exist, but they're weak. And I think then what we try to do is, I think, work with the state, but also with the stakeholders, to try to understand how we can improve the implementation of the law and protection. And it requires from us a lot of these mechanisms of trust building and also the capacity building. I mean, simply the technical. We said sometimes, Drissa was saying, they don't even know what international human rights law or humanitarian law is all about. And where these don't exist, particularly in situations of conflict or, in this case, occupation, I think, then we have to constantly remind of the importance of compliance. And I say sometimes openly, sometimes back channel diplomacy, but I think how we apply pressure consistently and how we work with other partners to make sure that that pressure is consistent and very public. And I think then we also have to talk about peace building. We spoke about prevention, which I think is very important, but I think that peace building and community outreach and dialogue and building from the ground up to make sure that we can particularly use some tools. We've done this in Central African Republic, in Liberia, understanding trust building and peace building and building up the trust deficit. So I think working more with civil society actors, even in this very difficult time, more generally, including human rights defenders, and building these coalitions between regional and international institutions is really important. So just because of that range of...
Yeah, thank you. Chiara, maybe would you like to add something, because I know you have to leave us very soon.
No, thank you. I fully agree. I think we really also need to exercise a maximum of flexibility in the toolbox of interventions that we can take to support and protect, and really be in a listening mode to see what is the best received in that specific country or regional context. I take also very much the point on dialogue, and I think it is indeed our institutional duty to pursue these dialogues also with non-like-minded, or even more with not like-minded. We were talking before this meeting that we often do bonding, and we should do much more bridging towards non-like-minded, and really it is important that we continue through human rights dialogues, through other means, to really have frank discussions on what is happening, on when we see serious violations of human rights as it goes. And last point I think it was extremely important to stress from your side that indeed the first point for people, for victims, for survivors to have their rights redressed or repaired is to be aware that this is a possibility at all, and to be accompanied in doing that. So the crucial importance of those of you who work on accountability, on supporting the legal processes, which indeed are marathons and require so many resources and resilience. There one interesting point maybe from the EU side, which we would add to our toolbox, is this idea of a global observatory against impunity that we are going to launch as a competitive call for proposal for non-governmental organizations. So I also use this platform to encourage you to have a look into it, because we really, through a study which was more than 1 year long and consultations, we looked at the accountability gaps, and we really would like to facilitate coordination, share of information, of experience of such cases of serious violation of human rights, and also support capacity on the ground to collect and then to use this evidence at the regional and national level, and also this observatory should help us to support victims and survivors in their access to justice on the ground and local actors. So it's just an additional tool I do hope will be of use.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid, again, we're running late and we're not going to have time for questions, but our speakers are around, so now you've identified them. I'm sure you can breach the topic of your choice with them over coffee break. One word, and I know Chiara has to leave, but I'd like to just ask our 3 human rights defenders representatives in one word only, not more, maybe 2, but that's all. What is your what gives you hope for the future in your function, in your cause? What gives you hope for the future? One word, Khaled.
I believe that.
One word. That's 3 already.
Political pressure on Israel to stop their crimes against the Palestinians.
Thank you. Drissa. It's a difficult one, I know.
Quand on voit le résultat.
When we see the result that we reached in Guinea, I believe that we can move mountains.
Старший товарищ.
Well, Russia is not just Putin. We have over 200 years of experience fighting for freedom together with other nations. Спасибо.
Before we leave for coffee break, just a couple of housekeeping points, quick ones, but the sessions
كان هذا بداية للحديث والحوار في المستقبل ولا يمكن أن نقوم بالانتهاء من لا
Probably also found new ideas and new suggestions in order to reinforce the role and the protection of human rights defenders and civil society organizations and help them carry out their work in bringing the perpetrators of human rights violations to justice and making sure that we stop immunity. So impunity, God, I did it yesterday, I'm doing it again today. I knew I was going to do it once again before the end. Indeed, you remember that yesterday we highlighted, as we started, three themes that were going to be the red threads, the three parallel red threads of our 2 days. And they were preventing impunity, the role of civil society actors in crises and conflicts, and international accountability mechanisms. We have those three threads. They were the guiding lights throughout our discussions, and we'll now hear from three rapporteurs on the three threads throughout. That's quite a lot, like three threads throughout the 2 days. So I'm now going to invite the three rapporteurs. We have with us Sara Kihika Kasande, who's head of office for the International Center on Transitional Justice, and she's an advocate of courts of the judicature in Uganda. Sarah, where's Sarah? Oh, there she is. We have Lucia Chavez Vargas, who's the Executive Director of the Mexican Commission of Defense and Promotion of Human Rights. Please have a seat. Can you let me have this one so that I can see all of you? Sorry, thank you. And we have Alice Autain, who's the Communication and International Justice Program in Human Rights Watch. Hello, Alice, welcome. So I'll invite all three of you to give us the key highlights of the three topics, and maybe we'll start with, oops, I'm lost now, there we are. We're going to start with you, Sarah, maybe on preventing impunity? Yes. It's going to be on, don't worry.
Okay, good evening. Again, my name is Sara Kasande. It's a pleasure to be here. So I was the rapporteur for Pillar 1, which focused on preventing impunity and ensuring accountability and justice. Pillar 1 had 2 panels. One that was on transitional justice and prevention of conflict and abuses, which essentially focused on how transitional justice can prevent the recurrence of human rights violations and contribute to sustainable peace. And the second, which focused on integrating victims' needs in EU responses to crisis. The first panel primarily really drew on comparative examples from Colombia and Kenya, looking at how state and non-state transitional justice interventions that had been implemented had contributed to preventing electoral violence and also promoting a culture of truth, acknowledgement, and accountability. It also examined how the different policy and operational approaches to prevention by the European Union and the Council of Europe have prioritized transitional justice and prevention. So here are a few key highlights. How much time do I have?
6-7 minutes max.
Good. Thank you. So here are the key highlights from the 2 panels. Transitional justice can contribute, was noted in the first panel, that transitional justice can contribute to prevention and prevent the recurrence of violence by tackling exclusion and grievances that victims feel in relation to human rights abuses, and also by providing recognition and reparations. So here were examples of truth commissions that had addressed collective marginalization and inequality, examples of Colombia, Peru, and Morocco. It also noted that transitional justice processes, especially those related to institutional and constitutional reforms, can contribute to deepening democracy and democratic processes, and also rebuilding trust between citizens and state, and prevent violent conflict. And here an example drew from the spike in current coups in Africa, specifically looking at how the deepening deficit of democracy, the shrinking civic space, and lack of opportunity for citizens to engage has contributed to these undemocratic changes of government. And therefore, transitional justice processes that look at entrenching a culture of democracy and constitutionalism can address this. Other highlights include community-centered and local-level engagements as part of TJ processes are critical to tackling the social drivers of violence and violations. It was also noted that art, as an aspect of transitional justice, is an effective tool for transforming cultures of abuse, discrimination, and fostering healing, inclusion, and acknowledgement. Further, accountability for serious crime should not just be retributive. It should include rebuilding a society that accepts plurality, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. This may entail tackling discriminatory laws and upholding economic and socio-cultural rights of all persons. However, it was noted that notwithstanding the preventive role of transitional justice, the lack of implementation and the failure to enforce measures recommended by transitional justice mechanisms, for example, truth commissions, can undermine its preventive contribution. Therefore, political will is a key aspect to harnessing the effectiveness, or rather preventive effectiveness of transitional justice. It was also noted in the first panel that media is a critical player in TJ processes, especially in popularizing and also tackling the false narratives. However, we also noted that disinformation, at times driven by the media, can contribute to violence. In the second panel, key highlights noted include the victims' participation and activism are critical in the fight against impunity, and yet victims are often lagging or seen as passive beneficiaries rather than political actors. It was also noted that consultations with victims about their needs is paramount to any justice strategies. Further, integrating victims' groups as political actors in policy-making decision and measuring success of justice initiatives is fundamental. It was recommended that political support to victims and their families from the EU and other regional and international actors must come out as a key element, particularly on issues related to enforced disappearances and political detainees. The panel also recommended that it's important that transitional justice is integrated in stabilization and peace-building approaches by the EU. And finally, it's important to note, and I think this is something that we have all discussed and agreed on, that transitional justice is a long-term process. And depending on the context, it may be piecemeal. So we have transitional justice often implemented in imperfect contexts. Therefore, any strategies of supporting TJ processes should take this into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. Lucia, what about the highlights from the role of civil society actors in crisis and conflicts? Don't worry, it will come on as you speak.
Thank you. Well, we conclude that civil society is absolutely vital in monitoring all the abuses and human rights violations in countries in crisis. Some of us, human rights defenders, we are doing our job in autocratic regimes where international relations are very important. Some of the conclusions were that international justice system, like universal jurisdiction, should be start operating in the world in a lot of contexts. A second thing is that the psychological and physical impact of human rights defenders when we saw all the day these atrocities. And sometimes we defend victims, but who defends human rights defenders? That's like a big question. And you ask in the morning, who protects the workers of the NGOs? So I think this is like a question that are in the air. I mean, we have some strategies to protect us physically, but sometimes not psychologically. So we have this we should have this in mind. Third, give me a second because I have a lot of notes. Okay. We talk about also the lack of access to political peace processes of women. And we start to talk about women's human rights defenders, and it is very curious because it has happened the same, for example, in Colombia and in Libya, that the women's was not contemplated in the peace processes. So that's very important, and that's very like a focus to put when we are talking about peace constructions and all these things. Other thing is the short-term funding, that we don't have like mentorage programs or in a long term. So that's really important to reinforce the human rights defenders and women human rights defenders particularly. Another thing is that in our countries, there are like a lot of laws, sometimes are good laws and good policies, but they are not implementing. They just exist, but never implementing. And also laws that protect human rights defenders. But in another hand, there are laws that put in risk not just human rights defenders, but NGOs, like the registrations, laws that like cut the capability of NGOs to receive financial of the international fundings or donors of international cooperation. Another thing that we talk is accountability and the necessity of intersectionality focus, because it is not the same being a human rights defender that being a woman human rights defender or an indigenous people that defends human rights, or if you are a LGBT community, a person who defends human rights, it is not the same. So we have to raising awareness about these intersectionalities and raising awareness in the training of judges, of prosecutors, of gender and capacity building of see these intersectionalities. Finally, I want to say that we conclude another things like the renewal of fact-finding missions or independent bodies that document and report situations in countries that are in autocratic or in conflict areas, that is very useful. And I want to say something that make me like think about this today's conversation regarding to feminism and women human rights defenders and all the talk that we have, that it is difficult to have these discussions about feminism in a context of war, militarization, and patriarchal public policies. So the role of international community should be impulsed like a different strategy and disruptive strategies that can start to fight back the patriarchal strategies that we see that it doesn't work. So I was thinking in that when I was doing the resume for today. And finally, I just want to mention that the situation of Nicaragua and Vilma Núñez, that we saw the video this morning, and send all my solidarity to her and to the human rights defenders in Nicaragua, because it is a situation that it is the book of text of authoritarianism. So I will finish with that and sending my solidarity to Vilma.
Thank you very much. So, Alice, what about the thread on international accountability mechanisms?
Yes, it's very difficult to summarize the very rich discussions around the international accountability mechanisms and the variety of the interventions of panelists that were coming from many different situations and institutions, but here are some common threads to highlight. So first, the issue of complementarity of the different level of justice, which is central to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, means that international mechanisms are part of a wider global justice system, which includes national, regional, and international actors. They cannot function in isolation and need to cooperate with all of these actors. As a reminder, it is the primary responsibility of states to provide justice for international crimes. Governments play a key role in the fight against impunity, also by providing support and resources for accountability mechanisms, and by prosecuting those crimes domestically, including through the practice of universal jurisdiction, which we talked about, for which they meet the same challenges as the international mechanism, which means lack of resources, the need for cooperation, and the specialization of staff. So all speakers also recognized the central role civil society organization and human rights defenders play in the right functioning of these international justice efforts, and more broadly to ensure victims access to justice. It was underlined by all speakers that those actors are central in responding to crimes, from documentation, participation in proceedings, understanding of victim perspective, and situational awareness, especially where there's no access for the accountability mechanism to the crime scenes. These actors, so civil society and human rights defenders, are also key in ensuring public awareness for justice efforts and continued engagement with courts and advocacy for the victims. They need to be seen as equal partners in their relationship with the mechanisms. It is necessary to ensure real engagement and meaningful victim participation in all accountability efforts. And on that, we had good example of partnership with civil society organizations from, for instance, the IIMM in Myanmar, the IIIM in Syria, and the EU Genocide Network. During the discussion, we also highlight some common challenges. So the first one is how to have a victim-centered approach to justice. So this includes the matters of participation, victim and witness protections, reparation, and medical and psychological support. There is the need for protective measures in the countries where the crime were committed, but also in EU countries. We also talked about the question of the engagement with civil society organizations and human rights defenders. Any justice effort needs to have a clear strategy in ensuring that civil society can engage with justice work in a safe and secure way. It is the responsibility of states and mechanisms to stand up and protect those at risk. We also talked about challenges related to state cooperation. To be effective, justice efforts depend on state, which means providing access to crime scene, to victims, to witnesses, to evidence, the matter of enforcement, and of course the question of protection. This is all linked to political will. We talked also about the issue of selectivity, which is often linked to the lack of resources, and the issue of political will, which leads to insufficient investment in justice efforts. Different speakers underlined the selective attention of the international community and the selectivity in implementation of the global justice system. This is problematic because even if situations differ, the different interventions showed that there are common issues and threats that lead to impunity in different places. For instance, the lack of capacity to investigate and prosecute, the lack of resources, or the instrumentalization of justice. We talked about double standards and how different responses to justice needs by international community and states, including the European Union, can make victims feel like they are in competition with each other. We also talked about the challenge of the long timeline of justice and the issue of a sustainable support to justice efforts. For instance, in terms of evidence collection, lots of efforts are done for collecting material, but we don't know when and where they will be used, because justice takes time. All these challenges can lead to frustration, uncertainty related to the delivery of an effective justice. But we also highlight some good practices and have some recommendations that were discussed. So as I said before, states have the primary responsibility of responding to international crimes. So speakers highlighted that it is key to build domestic capacities. Strengthening domestic system will strengthen standards for accountability worldwide. We talked about the need for ratification of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court and the implementation of the Rome Statute and international humanitarian law in national legislation. We talked about the need to strengthen the International Criminal Court, including through the provision of appropriate resources and financial support, especially when justice cannot be done at the local level. Importantly, we also talked about the need to strengthen, to support, and to protect human rights defender victims group and civil society organization in the long term. Because considering how justice efforts depends on victims group and civil society, it is necessary to have a strategic vision of their role in relation to justice efforts and truly define these organizations as equal partners with ownership of the cases and the evidence that they collect, etc. There is also the need to build capacity of these groups to participate in the justice system meaningfully. We also talked about the question of gender in justice efforts and the need to have a gender lens integrated from the start in different investigation and prosecution strategies. We also shared some good practices in communication. Outreach activities should be tailored to situations and communities to make the mandate of the accountability mechanism understood and ensure that they can have real interaction with the affected community. There is a need for better communication about investigation and prosecution to respect the victim's right to be informed. States, including the EU, should ensure, finally, states, including the EU, should ensure consistent political will and sustainability of accountability effort across all situations. And on that, I just want to borrow the words from Shawan Jabarin from Al-Haq in Palestine that said, "We should look at the reaction to the Ukraine expanded conflict as an opportunity to push international actors, including the EU, to do this in other situations. Civil society has the role to say that double standards are an issue. States need to address this issue in a clear way."
Thank you very much. Thank you to all three of you for your contributions. It's never an easy task to be a rapporteur, so we're very grateful for fulfilling the role. Thanks very much. And I'm now going to invite the representatives of our three hosting organizations to deliver their concluding remarks, starting with Chiara Adamo, who's the Director for Human Development, Governance and Peace at the European Commission. Chiara, please.
So I understand you have been in two very intense days discussion, so I just want to keep these conclusions short also because our three rapporteurs really did the job for us in an excellent way. But just allow me to thank you all for your engagement, your participation, your insights. I believe this is the first forum after a couple of years where we were obliged to be online. And the real added value of this forum is that it provides for so many opportunities for informal exchanges, for networking, for peer learning among you and between NGOs, activists, and ourselves in the institution. So I was really happy that after 2 years we were able to reconvene again in this physical format. We heard your main conclusions and findings on the 3 pillars, and I believe they can all be shared, and we will follow up on those. Maybe just a few lines from our side. If I take Pillar 1, transitional justice, well, we learned, of course, that criminal accountability is not the whole story to ensure reparation for victims. We learned that we need to take really a comprehensive approach to transitional justice. We need to take gender lenses. We need to make sure really that also we bring women at the negotiation table. And we learned that we need to have a balanced approach. Again, a good mix of operational bilateral support, support to reparation programs, institutional reforms, and also bring this nexus with the humanitarian aid interventions. The ICC deputy can mention that the deputy prosecutor can mention that not all cases can be prosecuted. There is a need for prioritization, but there is a right for all to be acknowledged, to be heard. And I would say also we need to look more into informal justice processes, into truth-seeking processes, because also this can go a long way to, for victims and survivors to regain their dignity, and for communities to really be at peace. On Pillar 2, I was so humbled this morning to be part of this plenary, and we had a number of human rights defenders. One of them from Memorial mentioned one sentence that I think it said it all. He said, "This is a marathon. We are in there for the long term. You need to be very patient." And we just heard it again from the rapporteur, justice takes time. So it requires some resilience. It requires really that also we are there for you for the long term. So this is really well taken. Also, we mentioned the need for flexibility in the arsenal of the possibility of the tools that we have to support and prevention. The real need also in this context to look at prevention, to enable civic spaces, to be able to swiftly identify also signs, warning signs of deterioration of this space, so that we can help you, help yourself and organizations on the ground. We hope that this proposal for a global impunity observatory as a network of specialized NGOs working on accountability and also giving the really the possibility on the ground to support your efforts will be of help. And finally, on Pillar 3, I think discussions underscore the need, of course, to continue our steadfast support to the multilateral rules-based system, and I'm sure Luisa will say more about it. Also at the EU level, we need to be better equipped. For instance, Eurojust, our EU agency for coordinating judicial cooperation, has now received the mandate to collect, analyze, and preserve evidence to support member state actions to combat genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. So we will also provide them with additional means to foster judicial cooperation in addressing core international crimes under national jurisdiction within the European Union. And I also listened carefully to what one of you just said now about the need to reinforce and strengthen domestic judicial systems. I mean, that's where it starts. It's a multi-layered, multi-level system. So we are in there strongly. I think we are prioritizing in at least 54 countries judicial strengthening. So really to work to support judicial systems in many regions of the world.
So this is really my last takeaway. Serious violations of human rights, in a way, they unite us because they occur everywhere. They occur in Europe. They occur outside Europe. So we are in it together. We need to continue to learn from each other, share, and be able to have open, frank discussions and support each other to strive really for more freedom and justice for all citizens in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. Thank you. I would now like to invite Luisa Rager, who is Head of Division for Human Rights at the European External Action Service.
Thank you very much. And thank you to my two co-organizers, so IMPA and HRDN. But first of all, thank you to you all. We have been traveling from all over the world to come here and to share your testimonies with us. And it is with that we develop our policies. So we really need to hear from you to make sure that what we do helps you and doesn't hinder your cause, but helps your cause. And therefore, this fora for us is not a fora for a discussion, it's a fora for policy formulation. Let me start by saying that ahead of the forum, we had a lengthy discussion on what the topic should be. And I think that in the end, we decided the right topic. As the High Representative said yesterday, the world as we knew it 3 years ago, when we last met in person, is a very different world from the world of today. We have crises in every continent. We have difficult situations at our doorstep, but we have difficult situations in every region from where you all come from. So that calls for us to adapt the way we work in supporting civil society, in supporting human rights defenders. And of course, it calls for you also to adapt the way you work, because we are working in a different setting, and we need to adapt the way we work, the way we ensure that the restrictions of unlawful legislation is put in place, the way we address crimes and grave human rights violations, and ultimately, we need to ensure that all perpetrators are brought to justice. I would like to underline one point that for me is very important. We are really not focusing on one crisis or another crisis. We are focusing on all crises. And there is not the crisis of today and the crisis of yesterday. We are focusing on all crises, and we are in for the long term. We are in supporting civil society and human rights defenders, wherever you are, and for the long term. And I really want to stress that, because I've heard during the 2 days a little bit of discomfort with some situations in one or the other country. Be reassured that we pay attention to every country situation, and we really want to do the best to support civil society and human rights defenders. Like Chiara, I would like to give a quick snapshot of the 3 pillars, and from different perspectives, because we all have a different reading on what we hear. And of course, I don't aim at having a comprehensive readout that the rapporteur did. That was brilliant, and really I'm impressed by what I've heard. It has been a fantastic summary. This is not what I am. What I am is just to give what has resonated and what will then be elaborated further when we receive the full report, because this gathering results in full report that are recommendations for us, for the institutions. So first of all, on Pillar 1, on preventing impunity, the importance of addressing the grievances of the past, and only by addressing grievances of the past we can really ensure that there is peace. A lot of focus was given on victims and survivors as being part of the process, victim-centered policies, survivors to be part of the discussions, and their concerns to be taken into account throughout the process. focus on challenges of gathering evidence, of storing the evidence, and also of ensuring that the evidence respects the court admissibility standards. Here it was quite interesting to see how this is slightly different from one country situation to the other. Some may be in the position to gather the evidence through one technology. Some others would have more difficulties in transferring the technology, the evidence, rather than in gathering the evidence. A message that we heard throughout is implementation, the importance of ensuring that recommendation of transitional justice process, recommendations from a Truth Commission, that those would be implemented. And this is a very fair point. Recommendations without implementations are of very limited use. Now, when I move to the Pillar 2 of civil society, strong call to involve human rights defenders and civil society, and in particular women human rights defenders, in peace mediation efforts, in transitional justice processes, and this is something on which we are working very hard to increase the role of civil society and to increase a seat at the table for women peace mediator, for instance. So this is something that is really top of our agenda, and progress is made, maybe not as quickly as it should, but progress has been made. Here again, the discussion on digital technologies was quite interesting, and how technologies can serve to document violations and war crimes, but at the same time, how technologies can be used against the human rights defenders, and the need to ensure secure communication, secure storage of evidence. The point that also Chiara made about the psychosocial impact of the conflict, and who is there to help the human rights defenders that are there to help the society. So this is something on which we will be focusing much more in the months and years to come. Specific vulnerabilities of certain human rights defenders, in particular women, have been discussed in what was a panel discussing really women human rights defenders in situation of conflict and crisis, and in particular sexual and gender-based violence, and the fact that not all cases are not necessarily reported, are underreported because there is a fear to speak out. This is something on which we are really working very much. We are conscious of that. There are international reports that focus very much on this evidence in war crisis situations. I would like, on the implementation, I would like to inform you also of one recent announcement at the External Action Service. It has been mentioned in some of the discussions that one of our policies, which is sanctions, can have a deterrent effect or a negative effect for the society on the ground. While in that panel I argued that, of course, we take every precaution, and our sanctions are targeted sanctions, and we aim at not affecting the population. I would also like to inform you that we have the External Action Service has recently announced that there will be a special envoy has been nominated on the implementation of the sanctions. This is David O'Sullivan, and I'm pleased to say my former boss. And now, two key issues as well that have been brought to our attention: the specific role of lawyers that are not civil society, not human rights defenders. We include lawyers under the category of human rights defenders, but at the same time, I take the point that lawyers have a different work to do and different specificities, and I take the point that we should look at lawyers in this circumstance under a different lens. But I would still underline that the human rights protection mechanism that we have in place do apply to lawyers as well. And the other message that I retain from this discussion is human rights defenders, the new generation. Some of you have mentioned now we need to look at the next generation of human rights defenders. I don't see the age here that requires the next generation, but I take the point that in some conflicts where human rights defenders had to leave the country and you are operating from exile and you have a limited contract with your country, we need to start thinking about who does the work in the future. Now, on the international accountability mechanism pillar, of course, the message was there is no peace without justice. That was a recurrent message in the different pillars. Again, the message that the victims should be part of the discussion, and in particular on restorative justice as well. I retained the point that the capacity of civil society and the role of civil society should be clearly defined in the justice processes. It's not always very clear where civil society stands. A lot of discussion as well on adequate resources, but not only adequate resources for civil society in crisis and conflict, operating in crisis or conflict, but also about resources for accountability mechanisms and also for institutions that perform this role. And we have heard it from Mr. and also Mrs. Khan yesterday, that the resources available to the ICC, despite the increase of budget that has recently been allocated from the European Union, are still limited for the scope of their activities. Universal jurisdiction has come out as a very strong call for a better and wider use of universal jurisdiction. This is, of course, not a comprehensive summary on my side. We'll be looking at the recommendations and really we will use them as our tools to develop our policies. When I say develop our policies, I would still want to remind everybody that we have a strong policy framework to protect human rights defenders, to promote civil society and increase the capacity of civil society. We have human rights defenders guidelines that our delegations on the ground use on a daily basis. We have the financial instruments that we make at disposal in our actions, and we use all our political tools to support human rights defenders. Already mentioned several times, announced yesterday by the High Representative, the Impunity Observatory is really something that will be a game changer once it is set up. So I invite you all to look at this initiative very carefully. We have given the budget that it requires, and you will be key actors in this endeavor. So please have a close look at that. And also, I would like to underline that it's not us here in headquarters that are talking to you, but is our network of delegation. We have over 140 offices around the world, and these are the people that know the situation best. And I would really invite all of you, if you are not in contact with our offices, to make contact with our office and make sure that the work is done together. In concluding, let me just say that the challenges that we are facing are very important, and the situation is not moving towards a better situation, but we are in a situation, as I said at the beginning, that is worse than the situation that we had 3 years ago in terms of conflict, of crisis around the world. And in that circumstance, we need to work together. We need the institution, the states, civil society, human rights defenders to stand together. This is the only way we can go forward in our road to accountability. This is the only way we can succeed. And my last word today is not the beginning of a cooperation and the end of a cooperation. Today is the continuation of a cooperation. And I really invite you all to liaise with us. You know us. My entire team was here for the 2 days. And so you have met all of us, but also liaise with our delegations. Our door is open. We count on you, and you can count on us to really move towards a better situation. Thank you very much, and I would like just to say thank you to all my colleagues that have been working flat hours to prepare this.
Thank you, Luisa. And I'd like to now ask you to welcome our last concluding speech from Jimena Reyes, who's the Director for the Americas of the International Federation for Human Rights. And she'll be speaking on behalf of the Human Rights Democracy Network.
Yes.
Aren't you? Yes.
Exactly. Thank you. And if you don't mind, I'm going to sit next to you because
absolutely.
It often happens to me. This kind of podium, if you want to see my face, don't work. So I'll take a seat.
Please have a seat. Wherever.
Even closer. Okay. Well, time to close these 2 days of intense discussions. This annual event that is organized this year on Stop Impunity, the Road to Accountability and Justice is a partnership. My colleagues mentioned it. A partnership between the External Service Action and it has changed names, so I'm going to read. The European Commission's Directorate General for International Partnership and HRDN. HRDN, it's maybe of the 3, the entity that you know less. It is a network of 60 NGOs that work in Brussels on human rights and democracy. Well, like many of those concluding events, I am not going to try to summarize the richness of the discussions. So I just would like to share with you 4 of my main takes that I will bring back home and also back to my NGO that is part of HRDN, that's FIDH. So the first one is that the importance of putting victims at the center of the road of accountability, and many of you have mentioned this. Justice processes should not be understood as having an exclusive focus on prosecuting and punishing the perpetrators. Justice is also about recognizing the dignity of victims, included but not only through reparation, be it at the ICC, at the ad hoc tribunals, before the universal jurisdiction, national courts, in the context of the investigative UN mechanism. And many participants mentioned this, including the ICC deputy prosecutor, that underlined the importance of ensuring voices of victims are heard and not disempowering or re-victimizing them in the process of justice. And this is the job of all of us to make sure this happens. Also, in the context of the panel dedicated to sexual and gender-based crimes, we were reminded that the key element to a survivor-centered approach in accountability processes are, in addition to access to justice, the provision of medical, psychological, social, and economic support for victims. Colombia was a very good example of victims being put at the center of transitional justice system. Oscar Parra from the HEP reminded us that of the restorative nature of the special jurisdiction for peace and within the process, this moment where the victims can answer back to what the perpetrators have said during the process of the HEP, of the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. But at the same time, Adriana from Humanas, talking about Colombia, also explained how hard it was and it had been to include within the peace process the issue of sexual and gender-based violence in a peace process that was negotiated only by men, but they managed, and now they're trying to implement those points. So that's my first take. My second take is that we need a multidimensional and interrelated approach in the fight against impunity. So you have, as always in life, several options. You can see the glass half empty and consider that there is a fragmentation of the process of justice with the ICC, the ad hoc tribunals, the national mechanism, the national and regional tribunals. But we also heard recommendations urging all those actors to coordinate and collaborate better. And this is one of the first recommendations that I also take that we will be pushing for the EU, is to continue support to keep the wheel turning in this multidimensional fight against impunity. This is important, and we need allies, and we know, for example, for the ICC, it was shown with Trump, but it is shown in a less obvious way with Biden, that the US is not a great supporter of the ICC. Another recommendation for the EU, but also for artists that I will bring to my NGO and the members of FIDH, is the interest and important that it would be to widen the use of universal jurisdiction in the global south, but also to make it more concrete in many European countries. This would be a great improvement for the possibility of victims of international crime to access justice. Then my third take is that it's a take and it's a questioning, is the lack of political will and the lack of the independence of the judiciary as the main issue. I mean, if we are trying to work strategies on the fight against impunity, it's because in many countries at the national level, there is no political will to move forward towards access to justice for international crimes, and because when you have the chance of having a judiciary, it is not independent enough to tackle subjects so sensitive as international crimes that are very often committed by authorities, militaries, or organized crimes. So big important actors. With that respect, well, we need to continue looking for new strategies to think out of the box. I thought I acknowledge the fact that during the event, you know, sometimes you attend events where, especially when it's organized also by institutions, international institutions, where it's all about best practices, and you feel like the world is going fine. That was not the case here. Yes, we spoke about best practices, but we also acknowledged the challenges that we face, and we heard Mr. Borrell saying that those last 3 years, things have worsened. We heard that there is an increase in polarization of the world, that besides democratization, you have authoritarianization. I like that word, that sadly it's indeed happening. And we also heard testimonies from countries where the prospect of justice seems far away. Burundi, Nicaragua, Algeria, Palestine, and Sahel, and many others. So really, I also take this commitment of you all to continue the fight. And we also heard some innovative strategies to force national authorities to open access to justice for victims of international crime. For example, using art to do name and shaming. For example, in the Philippines, using international litigation to access to the money stolen by the dictator and then redistributed to victims. Another recommendation to the EU in that sense is, well, the EU engage in dialogue with everyone, including challenging regime. And we know it's tricky, but we're from civil society to also mention those things. It's really important not to be instrumentalized by propaganda of those regimes when engaging in this dialogue. And also the elephant in the room of impunity and authoritative regime is the support of China and Russia to those regimes. And that's also something that we collectively have to work on. Well, we hope that this event brought some hopes to human rights defenders from countries that are in the darkest part of the tunnel. And to them, I want to say that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and history has shown it. So let's work together to access justice. And this brings me to my last point, something that I take, and that is the reason why I'm working on human rights for the last 20 years. It's the solidity, the generosity, the intelligence, the audacity of the human rights movements. And so it was really wonderful also to be listening to all the stories of all of you, and suffering also, but strategies also. So for that, thank you. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Jimena, and indeed, thank you for your message of hope at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our 2 days conference, but before I let you go, I still have a couple of practical points to make. I mentioned earlier on the fact that several of you have had their flights cancelled, unfortunately, due to a general strike in Belgium tomorrow. Now, don't worry, you will receive tonight from the organizers an email with all the information about tomorrow and the coming days, your new flight, about accommodation, about the meals, about the surprise tour of Brussels that I mentioned earlier on this morning. So don't worry, you are taken care of. There are people working in the background to make sure that you are actually not left to your own devices. So you will receive an email tonight. In case you don't receive an email, I'm talking tonight, not in the coming 2 hours, okay? So give it a bit of time. But if you don't receive that email, you can write an email to the support address that you have been receiving all the information from since the beginning. So normally, don't worry, you will be taken care of, and we wanted to make sure you were reassured on that particular front. Another point, if you have been taking photographs or videos throughout the 2 days, please keep them to yourselves. Don't spread them on social networks and so on unless they are of yourself. Just think of the other participants' privacy and sometimes difficult situations. So don't share. I mean, you would mean well, but think of their right to privacy and don't spread photographs and videos on social networks. That would be very considerate of you. That's it. So thanks again for all your contributions, for your participation, very active participation. I'd like indeed to thank the organizers, the interpreters who have also helped us, and the tech team who have taken us through these 2 days. And I think all these people deserve a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, have a very safe trip home wherever you are going, and some of you are embarking on long trips. So safe trip home, a nice rest of the day, and that's it from us. Bye-bye.